Time for the bonk. Also, I've come to realize that I now understand what volcanic fissure snake because Captain. You sons of bitches. I hope they take that ore and they drown with it. Fucker. Uh, but yeah, I think it might be because of the Captain Lance video. Because I didn't realize he had swapped his Berserker to the Snaking. I thought he was still doing like the ground slam stuff, but he had swapped it to Snaking. And basically showed off how well it was shotgunning. And I think that's why the price is up. Cause like there's just there was no way it was gonna be like that expensive, just like as is. Cause I really don't think a whole lot of people were very keen on trying it out. At least it explains why, like to some degree, I'd seen more people because the list of people who were running the weapon increased as like the days went by, or running the skill. Pretty. Oh, I need to move on. But yeah, I think that's why. Because like I don't know. For me, it felt really nice. Like it felt a little scuffed at the beginning when I first swapped it, but when I started to get more stuff, oh, we got another tattoo. Can't avoid being poisoned. Uh, I started feeling really good, and now I understand the why. 100. Oh, that's not it. And it's because apparently, like with the targeting, they made it almost guarantee hitting something 3 times. I still kind of wish the Fisher itself would kind of like rotate around the the mob a little more when it's like a single entity. I also came to realize I forgot to do my Zen list dailies. Oh well, I might log in and do them after stream. But basically it means if you take this number and you multiply it by 3, 2 to 3, it's kind of like how much damage you're actually dealing as that. So if your tooltip is saying like 200,000, you're on average hitting something for 4 to 600. which is kind of nutty. Uh, for engineering. You get our engineering to level 3, so that way you can equip the item. But yeah, I think I should like change some stuff with that. Huh. The door wasn't like loaded in, so I was like, why am I not moving? Unique. Yeah, shitty. Also, apparently, item rarity affects like like the amount of gold that drops. Like you get bigger piles. Putting the laser door. Stuff cool. They such a good job of like handling the lightsaber like fantasy, right? For when they're like using the lightsaber to cut through the door. But yeah, it's really cool. I really like it. Like I have like if they don't do anything to it, I'm probably gonna league start it. That's probably gonna be like my league starter from here on out. I don't know if I'll always do Chieftain, but it'll probably be either Chieftain, Juggernaut, and or Warden maybe. Slayer maybe. Slayer might be able to pull it off too, but it's just like I think it kind of depends on what angle you want to go for. Because like Warden, right? It'll be well. Actually, Slayer. I don't know. I think you'd have to go pretty far over to get the war cries. Slayer has this like weird thing where it's like, well, it's kind of like in the middle, but it'll be kind of weird. Because it's next to the tincture ones, but it's also like next to the Warcry ones. I think the Warcry ones would be better because like I don't like. It seems like for the most part that the tinctures kind of are better off as Warden or Ranger, but generally Warden. But I think people are still kind of like in the mix of figuring out the tincture techs. I wonder if they'll like slightly rework tinctures. Because it feels like almost every single person uses like almost every single build basically uses the turn off at 12 mana burn stacks with the other one that gives you like some effect while it's on cooldown. And DGG is usually pretty good that when something's being used a certain way a lot, they tend to either change it in a way where using it in other ways is good, or just turning that into like the default way. Well, that's not the good. I think it depends on like what it is. There's definitely been plenty of stuff where it's kind of just been like, this is kind of obvious, and they're just like, nah. Nice. I think now I can start getting the quest contracts. Oh, I can put Huck gets engine. Like to be carried by Huck. I am glad that like it tells you ahead of time what you can and can't use. Because nothing else sucks than having things like like restricted to like certain skill levels, right, for the character. And but then like the thing doesn't tell you, right? Like you don't find out until you get over and you plug it in, and then it's like, oh, you can't do that because you're not, high enough demolition level. It's like, why did you just tell me that like at the beginning? Yeah, bum. That's it. No cluster jewels. It also seems to like kind of quasi target like breakable things when it moves. Oh, he didn't level up? Wow. Controlling. Alright, so I think I might pull out the points from the charges one. Um, it's 25% armor. It's 5 points. I can put here, and then I can put increased armor for red socket on main weapon. Just 3. I can put like 4, which would be like 40% armor versus 25% on a conditional thing. But lose a bit of the damage. Wait, will we? Because it's like 55%, right? The downside is I have to be more proactive on doing Enduring Cry. Actually, I think in total we'll still come out with more damage from this. That's just my thought was that like, well, since we're over there anyway, we might as well grab it. But because we're also getting like 25% increased area of effect. It really doesn't. For a second, I thought that was her health bar, and I was like, wait, how's she lose? I'm kind of glad I. Only tried to hold the line and got ran over. Like when the quarterback tries to stop the like the D lineman that intercepted the ball. Boom! Ran over. I just looked over it. A friend's like streaming title. he was gonna try to get diamond. Like a rage quit for a vow. So good. Oh, we got the Scott. Oh, counter thaumaturge. I think I would have goes for top picking two, yeah. Yeah. I don't really care about these the low level ones. I don't actually know too much about Heist and all, honestly. I've watched some videos on it, but I kind of like zone out. I know there's like blueprints and like wings and stuff like that. What you're supposed to do to like try to get the good stuff, like the replicas and all that. And like stuff like the fulcrum, I think also comes from here. Homie is missing HP, which means I've hit him, but he just didn't care. The door kind of like blocks a hit. Holy, I saw that last. I didn't like get her back to that fast enough. Bro, Lightning Mirage is ridiculous. I think if I didn't have like full stacks, I'm pretty sure I'd die there. It literally left me at 1 HP. Bro. Lightning Mirage is kind of like one of the more egregious things, honestly. But that's kind of more of a everybody gets fucked by it kind of thing. Since it like follows you. But yeah. was really hard to react to that. Like, chances are I'd probably die there. Because lightning Rogers also have like a really high like hit value. I don't think it'd be that bad if you could just kill them. To be fair, having the chance to get endurance charge on kill was pretty comfy though. Yeah, I think that's one of the only things I don't like about Heist versus like, for instance, something like Delve. Like Heist like has so many moving parts you have to keep track of, right? You have to level the individual skills for the agents, and they have like equipment they can wear, and it's then there's like the different blueprints and stuff. I mean, Delve has its own like micromanaging shit, right? But it's just like at the same point, part of it's like also just easier. A decent little bit of gold from it too, though. Oh shit! Orb of Annulment. Oh, I didn't realize we had that. Now it means we can just use everything. Wait, why is this max? Do you have a quest? Or is it just 3 the max that she can get? Yeah, this is what I mean. I have no idea how the fuck heist works. Demolition. That's level 10 pride. So I may as well just hold on to it for whenever we get Huck unlocked. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's worth unless I get a large custom jewel. Oh, you're pretty good for a ball skill. I'm thinking that means that as soon as you use it, you can instantly start gaining souls again. Because I remember correctly how ball skills work is when you have it's like when you use a vol skill, it has a certain amount of time before you can start gaining souls to be able to use it again, which is the soul prevention. Which is why sometimes you have like mods on, especially for unveils, where it's like you know, X amount of armor while in soul prevention. Am I in the first? Oh no. I might race back out of ice. Atlas. Like I spec'd into it because I was like, oh, heist's gonna be fun, but like I kind of forgot like how much of a pain it is to. Jesus Christ, bro. Dude, like line half of these molten orbs. I'm not seeing them until like. Can you just die? Like, why are you still not dead? Molten orbs pissing me off. Ugh, I hate. I just didn't want to waste chaos orbs rolling. Wait, isn't it? That there's a scorpion. Anyway. I really don't like Einhar's Beast. It's like red maps, bro. It's so rough. Takes so long to kill. Granted, they also just have more life, so that doesn't really help either. Like 75% more life. And then technically on top of the fact that I have the node on the Atlas tree where I take less damage but they have more life, they technically have like not more than. Yeah, I might respec out of place. I just don't know what I'd put the points into. So there are fewer than 50 monsters in your map. Final map bosses are empowered by wildwood wisps. I wonder if that's worth it. That'll make them like super tough to kill. That for a fact. You can always just take the extra. Didn't there used to be like a scarab around here? Or am I tripping? The only one? Go this way and grab this. Because basically that map would be for like you'd have to wait and basically clear the map before running in. Oh nice. There's some layouts that would be pretty good. And there's other layouts that'd be a little bit more annoying. Alright, life. Oh wow. 105 armor, 41 fire resistance. But yeah, intelligent. Yeah. I was like, I wasn't sure if it was just the intelligence roll. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Bum, bum. Oh, yeah. or hold the fire. Ah, like slightly worse. Yeah, we'll roll more. I definitely like to get like 100 plus or something. Ooh, a lot of armor though. 39% fire resistance. Life. Oh, it's enough to matter, honestly. It'll be hand me down belt. Yeah, I might like spec out of it and then like respec into maybe later. This build still feels good for heist. I just don't think I care enough for it though. But like do all the micromanaging shit right now. Rats. Ew, ew, get away from me. Oh, 86, huh? 1,500 bismuth, 3,200 wheat. 12,000 or calcum. Or corn. You guys sure love your corn. Let's see what this. I think my smelters are like on the higher levels. But they all right, so what would I like? I'd swap it for scarabs. Uh, or maybe delirium, since I do need more delirium stuff. Yeah, we could do that. Go for delirium instead. 5. We just need a better pathing though. That saved me 1 point there. 7, 14. I need 8. I'll just go for the scarabs. I also, yeah, I just need to do one more for the meaningful mechanics. Yeah, we got the smuggler's cash one already, so that doesn't matter. So yeah, we can do 16 delirium. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised. Ultimatum waves is in here for 200. Like it's so much faster to get the rest of these done because you have to complete the wave, right? Like completing breaches is literally just opening and letting them close. Legion encounters is opening and letting it close. Right, like this one's really easy, this one's really easy, this one's really easy. Abysses, you might not even have to kill anything. You can probably just literally follow the track and it probably counts. Until it like collapses or not. You might have to kill some things along the way. And in this one, I think Alva is probably the fastest to get done. Probably even the safest, really. It's just I don't have 30 Alva Scarabs, so I can't just use them. But these two are definitely easy to do. It'd be nice to get to 24. I'd like to have like character rune effect. I don't know what it would look like. To be fair, the weapon kind of had. Oh, I think it's this. It's probably like similar to the supporter pack thing, where it probably like floats around your character. But you never really finished this one. This is just we need to kill another 294 bosses. Using runes. I haven't had much luck with the Diviner Strong boxes, but that's on the other Atlas, which we'll probably go back to at some point because Expedition seemed really cool to do. I liked the logbooks. I don't know how like viable this one is, aside from like turning off your King's March and just farming gold and tossing it in there in your treasury. Harbinger William. This one's probably pretty easy if I can get them both in like a yellow map or something. Oh right, I need to not use blue xanthemum or this. Oh, we're almost done with this one though. That's cool. Atlas Runners. Mess around with the recombinator a couple times. I'll complete one of the following. Capture red beast is still probably no, probably betrayal safe houses. Because it doesn't specify a level, right? Like it doesn't say complete one of the following master mission encounters in like X level area. So you probably just speed run this in white maps and get that done. This you have to do your Maven 10 way to complete. I don't know, it'd be nice to get to 24, but I'm not gonna like burn myself out for it or anything. I'll be right back though. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. But so if you haven't, get some water. Bathroom, stretch your legs. All right. Um, I don't remember what the process. We'll do the other one first to see whether or not like what it is, if it's a pain to deal with, and guess we only have two for Einhard. We only have four for Alba. So we're probably just gonna have to like pool our atlas, one of our atlases for probably Alva, to be honest. I haven't done Alva in a long time. Though, oh, I mean, there's a chance to get Einhard. They changed the they put the like the Briar Beast or whatever, the one that gives the 6 links into the pool. Oh right. This one. I always know when there's a bismuth one because of that. Right. It's doing the thing, which is why I don't wasn't doing delirium before, where I was just lagging the shit out of my. I think it might just be a combination of like the map with the bismuth. Voltage. Didn't even clear like half the map. I kind of blame the bismuth thing though. That lag at the beginning kind of threw me off. I was trying to run away from the effect. Oh, here it is. That's what I was looking for. You can get a couple extra points off this stuff. Yeah. saw them last second. They got like kind of covered by the thing. Was done with the two map incubators. It's giving me cartographer. Commandeered by pirates. Cool. Should be a little better this time though, yeah. I feel like we've gotten a decent number of upgrades since. Oh, so I felt like he. Oh, that's close. Almost gotten hit like more times than I would care to admit. I'm trying to do it without getting hit by the anchor so I can get the achievement. Nice. Yeah, I kind of wish like I think like it's I get that it's really good, but I kind of wish it would just always like ping pong, right? Like I get that it's a good skill, especially with how many times it hits, but like I really wish it would ping pong a little more. Like when there's only like a single boss. Granted, that could potentially make it broken. I don't know, maybe it's a balancing thing or not. Mustard. God damn it. Alright, so we can technically Can you merge the flask together for a bigger one? Yes. 3 to 1. 3 of a lower flask. That's a vendor recipe. If you sell to a vendor 3 of a flask of a lower flask, it'll give you 1 of the next largest flask. Up until I think divine flask. Or no, there's one more after this one, but most players just use this one. But yeah. There's a couple different recipes like that. There's a 5 to 1 recipe for jewels. So if you sell 5 crimson jewels, you'll get 1 random one back. But yeah. Something to note though is if you sell like it'll match the rarity if all 3 are the same, right? So if you sell 3 blue flasks, like 3 blue life flasks, you'll get the upgraded one will be blue. But if it's like mixed sort, it'll just give you a regular one. Granted, while leveling, like it doesn't really matter. That's more like to be honest, like it doesn't really matter. It's just something to note though. In case you have like 3 blue, like say you have like 4 of them in your inventory and like 3 of them are like blue, just trade the 3 blue ones instead of like the one that's not blue. Because they don't come in like rares anyway. They comes in like nothing or blues. Right, so that's 10% versus I think it's 12% for the. Yeah, it's 2% is 2%. Do a couple of YOLO rolls on that. See what we get. But it was this with whatchamacallit. With Fuel the Fight, I would swap so hard. We had Harvest the Juice. Oh no, it was the medium clusters is what we were one off. Edge. Oh, let's look out. We haven't finished this one. Can't be Leech, so not gonna worry about it. I think we had another one. But how goes the build? Is it all coming together? Are you feeling stonk and powerful? Start off with. Okay, I dig it. I just like my characters got second thing. Oh, yeah, I did the tutorial. That doobie hat is. What skill were you going for? I remember you said you were doing like ranger and duelist, but did you decide on a build or? Oh, I did it. Yes. Shush, 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 shush. If I was a second slower, I would have missed out on delirium would have ended. Take too long to move forward because everything must die. I mean, as long as you're having fun, that's all that really matters. I was like that too when I was first playing PoE. I was like, murder the whole room, murder the whole room. And then after a while, I was just like, all right, I want to get to the maps. Like, Ground Slam Slayer. If you could follow any build right now, but fuck it, we ball. Oh shit. Wait, do we have a delirium boss in? We do. Oh shit. I had to drag him somewhere that's not, like gonna distract me. Sorry, I'm trying to focus. Actually come. And if I die, I lose my chance. Open a map, a portal here, so I don't have to run back. In case I do die. I think this is the first time I've gotten this guy. Why did it have to be temporal chain? Bro, temporal chain is such a slam build. Not even that slow because I have frenzy stacks too. Let's go. Damn. Yeah, right now. Mess it up. Call me Miles Morales and do my own thing. I mean, I could give you some little bit of advice. Depending on what weapon you're using, like generally, if you're starting like on the duelist side, I'd probably suggest going axes because you have a really easy access to one of the stronger axe mastery circles, which is hatchet master. Gives you a lot of damage and attack speed early, and then you can take 30% increased damage while in blood stance, 15% increased damage while in sand stance. And you don't have to use any blood or sand abilities. It's actually better if you don't, because the way it works is the game considers you in blood stance unless you're in sand stance. So it's just a free 30% damage, and that can really like get you up and running, like help you speed running through your leveling process. Because I haven't done slam on Slayer before, so can't really give much past that. Aside from the fact that like you'll want to like dip over like here, like early leveling wise, like depending on like what path you took, you generally want to go like massive arena into destroyer into like martial experience, and then maybe like kinetic impacts, maybe not. Kinetic impacts isn't the most important thing, but like going down for hatchet master would also is also really good. Like you have it because you also have a pretty easy pathing because you can go like here, you can go down to like destroyer, go grab like martial experience from destroyer. You can keep going down here, and then go like this way. Take this node for life and mana leech, and that'll solve like all of your life and mana problems early on. And then you can go down and grab hatchet master, and then from there you can kind of like grab golem's blood, which is really good. Like that's generally a node you're going to be using for a while. You can even go all the way through golem's blood and grab this node for rage, which will be pretty good. I don't know how good it'll be with regular slam because or ground slam because ground slam's like range is a little short, but this node's actually really strong. Granted, I don't know how effective it'll be with like Slayer. It's really good for my build because you get extra armor with it, and then I Warcry like all the time, so I can just be at full rage basically while as long as I'm in combat. But you can come and grab like Wrecking Ball, and that's like Wrecking Ball, Hatchet Master, and like Destroyer and Martial Experience are kind of pretty safe grabs for offensive stuff. And then grabbing Life and Mana Leech right here, this like one node here out of this Leech Mastery thing is really good for like smoothing out early. And then for like slams, like you can probably path like all the way up to Born to Fight if you want. That's usually a pretty good trait to have, or just go towards like Soul of Steel. There's a couple different options from there. I don't know like Slam Slayer. I mostly know from whatchamacallit, from Bone Shatter Slayer. Bone Shatter Slayer a lot of times would go like here, grab martial experience, grab kinetic impact, go up to Born to Fight, come back down this way, go up this way, grab this, get an Oxrable, go up here, grab these nodes. But axes are really good for Slayer early because they have like really good access to a lot of two-handed and axe nodes from where they start. So you generally just stick with two-handed axes for the most part. Silence, there's, I mean, Vic. Pants grab, get wrecked. What's up, Vic? What have you been up to? But yeah, and then depending on if you're gonna go like ground slam, you probably want to take up some like bleed nodes. Because ground slam right now is really good with bleed. You can grab like this node I think is like really good. The bloodletting one. Because it's the one that lets you have a 10% chance to aggravate bleeds. You kind of just ignore Crimson Dance. Yeah, I don't know too much for Slam Slayer, unfortunately, because that's kind of like something that's only really come into fruition in this build. I don't even think back when I like, to be honest, I think by the time Slayer became something that was like really used a lot, like it was like slams were kind of still just like a juggernaut thing, juggernaut chieftain thing. I don't know too much about what it wants to take. But if you're not gonna go like elemental convert, which you really shouldn't because you're not really close to very much fire stuff. You can grab like stuff for like impale and bleed because that'll give you a lot of damage. The thing to be noteful of though is like if you're not following a build, you kind of have to like figure out what nodes you want to go for, like both offensively and defensively, and then as you're progressing, kind of figure out what you need, right? Like if you're one-shotting everything, but then like when something somewhat tanky like instantly kills you, you probably should grab some like defensive stuff like Golem's Blood and stuff that gives you armor. Which to be fair, if you get like Master of Arena with Golem's Blood and the Leech, you're probably fine for like health stuff. And if anything, you should probably grab like Cloth and Chain because that'll give you armor evasion. Usually towards like when you get towards getting towards map, you probably want to come over and grab Entrench because you generally go like armor evasion bases for spell suppress if you start duelists because you have really easy access to the suppression nodes. Like it's literally right here. Like that's real easy. Like if you go here, you just grab this. You go this way, you just grab this whole wheel right here, and you're done. But yeah, generally I think Slam Slayer goes bleed though, but I don't know. I haven't really played it, so. And the Slayer I do plan on playing isn't Slam. If I ever get around to it, it's gonna be Lacerate of Butchering. I didn't drop anything nutty though. Disappointed. They dropped like a Dendro bit, but I don't really care for it. Alright, where was I for so rudely interrupted? Oh yeah, 2 out of 4 for the cross contaminate though. I was like, I'm not about to die to these things after surviving fighting a fucking delirium boss to the death, bro. I'd be crying. How much reading you gotta? Yeah, Path of Exile has a lot of reading involved. Alright, I have temporal chains on my cooldown, so I can take forever to come back up. But yeah, like, cause like for instance, one of the reasons I suggest if you need to go defensive, especially being on the duelist side, to go for Cloth and Chain is because these nodes they give you increased evasion and armor plus like all resist. Like with 2 nodes, you get 36% increased evasion rating and armor with like 16% all res. You can even grab all 3 nodes early if you wanted, like stuff like that. Because there's some nodes that are very efficient. And this node in particular is like one of the most efficient nodes you can get as like a melee character early. Because this basically solves all your mana problems. You don't really have to worry about mana if you have this. Or at least like while you're attacking. The life and mana leech node, the little one. You may not think it's a lot, 0.4%, but if you take into account how much damage you're probably hitting and how much your mana pull is, like what you on average 1 ground slam is gonna give you full mana. So it's gonna pay for the cost of the skill like very easily. Like it's the reason I have this anointed. Even though we'll get rid of this soon-ish, maybe. TM. If I can get the large cluster I need and roll it properly, I can anoint something else. And then we'll be like reworking this and pulling points out. But yeah. But there's a lot of nodes that are really efficient on the duelist side. It's one of the reasons, like, I mean, it's probably one of the main reasons that like Slayer and Champion have been such prominent like builds. Champion before the changes was really powerful. It had lots of different builds, but it's because you have a lot of good nodes. Like Duelist is like in between Ranger and Marauder. Just two really strong trees, especially now. Which is probably why I'm still debating whether I want to do Gladiator or Warden next. Like Warden is fun because it's new, but like Gladiator is also technically new because I'd be working with the retaliation skills. So I haven't really decided which one I want to do yet. But you have like, there's a lot of really good nodes. Grab my juice. Oh, what's this again? Color boots. Are those? Those aren't what I think they are. They? No, they're Siobhan. Energy shield movement. Oh, this is a global defense one. Damn. With bows. Alright, now we backtrack, because I kind of just sped through the map so I could get all the stuff for Delirium. Did I get the... Okay. I don't really care too much for Delirium orbs. I mean, they'd be nice, though. I was working towards Scarabs. But yeah, Path of Exile is a very... Like, it's very deep, but I was kind of having this conversation earlier with Aller. It's got a lot to learn, which is true, but a lot of it's also just more of shock value. Like you see this huge tree, right? And this is like the Atlas passive tree, but like if we look at the passive tree, you look at this huge tree and you're just like, holy shit, what do I do with this, right? Because you don't realize that what it is like every single starting point is on here, right? Like this is Marauder, Duelist, Ranger, Assassin, Witch, Templar, Scion. And then it's like people look at this and they're like, oh, but like, what if I want to reach all the way up here? It's like, well, first of all, if you're reaching all the way over here on like this, like from this starting point, you're either one doing something wrong or two, you're doing something very niche, and generally you probably shouldn't do that because you don't really know what you're doing. Like you can do it because it's like totems, right? Like if you want to do a totem build, you will reach like all the way up here, or you can. I think can you anoint? No, you can't anoint. So like I know there's a totem thing somewhere. But like, you know, you will have to reach up here, but totem builds aren't as like common as they used to be. And a lot of totem builds now actually use, I think it's Hierophant. So you'd be starting here anyway for the most part. But like if you look at this, like you look at this big ass tree, right? And then you look at where I'm at level 93, 94. Like I'm only concerned about like a fourth of the tree. And once you understand like the nodes that you need to go for, and you don't even have to like know exactly, right? Like say you want to just look for axe stuff, you just type axes here, right? You type axes in the search, and it'll like make everything that's axe related like glow, and then you can just read it and read what it does, right? Like all of this increases, at the end it's like crit strike multiplier 200% rating. You're like, oh, that sounds pretty cool. But then if you grab the like precise technique, you realize you never deal crits. So since you never deal crits, you don't this tree's kind of useless, stuff like that. Actually, I don't even know if this tree's actually, but just stuff like that, right? And you can kind of like infer from as you're going through, right? Like if you're gonna do bleed, you just type in bleed, and you just look through all the bleed nodes and what they do and stuff like that. Like so you kind of just like section off parts of the game that you want to know for your build, and then you play it, and then you like kind of plan around that. And like the whole game works that way. Like PoE was initially designed with a very like old school mindset of like how games work, where there's like a lot of systems and they're in your face and there's not a lot of explanations for it at face value. But when you start like chopping it up and sectioning it off, you start realizing it's not really all that complicated as long as you just focus on the things you need to focus on. Like for instance, in the day stream with Hour, he was talking about like crafting like weapons, right? Because he was watching Slinkster. Because Slinkster does some pretty like of the more advanced crafting stuff where you're like blocking suffixes and stuff like that and trying to like slam other stuff. But that's like pretty hard tech stuff. In regards to like making gear that's like usable to get you through like red maps, it's a lot simpler, right? Like are you playing a physical damage two-handed axe build, then all you need to worry about is you need to get an axe, preferably with good attack speed, so either a despot axe or a void axe, and have it roll really high physical attack, right? And you have like that high physical attack, good attack speed. You have an axe that's good to use. That axe will carry you just fine. For armor, you're just looking for high armor values, good resistance rolls, max life. Boom, done. If you're armor evasion with suppress, then you're looking for suppression rolls with life and resistances and whatever extra things you can get. Boom, you're done. Like there's not like a whole lot of complicated stuff to it. Can it get complicated? Yeah, but like a lot of times people kind of overcomplicate it themselves more than they need to. You're back? Oh no. It was peaceful. Now it's over. It's so over. What is so stuff like that. And to be fair, sometimes like it gets overwhelming because you don't know what to section off. But a lot of times it just comes down to like just looking at what you're trying to do as like a player. Like as a ground slam slayer, your main things to look for is some leech, physical damage, bleeding, impale, armor, well armor evasion. When you get towards map, spell suppress, probably some accuracy. Like I mean, I would say like to be honest, Slayer's probably one of the more complicated ascendancies to start with. Just a little bit. Like as someone to try to like figure it out like on your own. It's got a couple moving parts that if they don't work together well, kind of feel bad, but it's definitely one of the stronger ascendancies. Probably could even say it would be the strongest if it hadn't been for the Gladiator rework. I think Gladiator probably holds top dog between that and Slayer. Um, I almost left before finishing the Orichalcum thing because it looked like slightly less shiny than when I was looking at it. I thought I was done. Almost didn't get the Orichalcum, which I really need. I think we have enough. Yep, all damage, chaos damage. Time with bows. Does not work for large cluster. I could have sworn I read a thing where cluster drills had the 5-to-1 recipe. Oh, they have to be the same. No, it still doesn't care. Maybe it has to be like blue? Like a specific, like, is it just rares? Am I tripping? I could have sworn this was existed. Oh, it has to be like blue or rare. See if it works. There we go. What do we get? Spell damage. Crying. Well, we need to do more anyway, so it's. But yeah, the Atlas tree is probably the most simplest because, well, first of all, they give you three. That one of which you get right off the bat, and the other two you unlock as you progress. But it's like you have a league mechanic you enjoy. Yes. Is it good? Like, can you do it well with the build you have? Also, yes. Uh, tailor your atlas for it, right? If you don't know what to do, there's a couple different options. Like generally, expedition with, well, you generally always want to start with betrayal. You want to take at least like these three nodes and farm betrayal unveil mods. But generally, expedition and essences is pretty safe early. Oh, hey, we unlocked the third one. Oh wait, no, never, not yet. It just shows. That boozled me. They'll be like, oh, piece of candy. Though it's like there's not there is kind of a wrong way to Atlas, and most of it is just like overstretching yourself too early. Like you generally kind of want to focus on uh you want to focus on league mechanics that are kind of in the same general area, right? Like you have essence here, which you can kind of just take whatever, but then like for instance, if we go to this one, right? I'm going originally I started with like it was like betrayal expedition, right? And so you have betrayal here, expedition here, you keep going, you have expedition here, which to be fair, you kind of just ignore this one. This one's for sissies, and we don't pay attention to them. But as you can kind of see, right, like as you're going through this atlas tree, like it's grabbing a shrines here, grabbing some like sustain here for maps. Go up this way, go this, go this way. This is where it gets like a little wonky-ish because you see me go all the way over here because expedition, and then I go over here for more expedition. And I grab this, but like if you focus like early, like where my character's going, right? Like I grabbed essence early, and then you grab like the instead of going over, you go through the betrayal missions with Jin, and then you grab like these nodes for expedition. You can grab these if you want. I kind of just ignore them. You go this way. This one's kind of optional, but I kind of recommend it early because of it'll it can usually help, especially like because it's less damage. There's a bit of an argument that the people are just like, but the 50% more life, because the more life something has, the more likely it can kill you. But realistically speaking, while mapping, if you have like a half decent build, like, and you're struggling because you're maybe just barely being able to survive, like just dying just barely, this will help. This helps a lot. Uh, Shrines are always good to take. Shrines help. So I always grab this one because if you see anything that says contain an additional whatever, so like this one's contain an additional shrine, contain an additional imprisoned monster, contain there's one for harbingers. I think it's yeah, contain an additional harbinger. All of these mean that every map will be guaranteed to have at least one of that thing. So this you have this, you'll always have at least one essence monster. You have this, there will always be at least one shrine. You have this, there will always be at least one harbinger, right? So generally, if when you're pathing up as a newer player, it's kind of like debatable if you should grab the essence ones first, because essence monsters can be kind of a pain to deal with, but essence is just really good early because essence just helps gearing, especially with like if you can get contempt essences for physical builds. But you know, usually I do it. I always just grab these three on my first atlas because it's just nice to have. Most people kind of deviate away from essences like when they get towards, or at least while they're progressing towards higher maps, because essences and like high yellow into red maps can sometimes be stronger than the map boss. It's kind of weird, but it just happens. But you just grab Jin here, you grab these expeditions, you go up this way, you get some lesser HP, you go here, you get the shrines, and you go here and you get these nodes, and you're kind of just chilling, right? And then from there you can just keep going up. You can grab these. It's kind of a bit how lazy you are or how good your build is kind of dictates whether you can take extreme archaeology. I don't take it because I'm lazy, because I'm not like that lazy, but I don't really like the all or nothing because you will have to skip expeditions with this because if it makes it immune to physical damage and you're a physical damage build, you can't do it. So you have to pay attention. But expedition's really good early. Expedition, betrayal, essences, and shrines are usually really good options early. You can kind of ignore the lockbox thing because I kind of just added that later on. But you go over here, you get more basically these you're kind of just blocking off Gwenin as much as you can because Gwenin's not like super crazy good. Like you can kind of use her to gamba for like uniques, but realistically speaking, especially with the black market available, she's basically useless. But you also gain like another 10% chance or increased quantity for refresh currency, which is really good for everything. Uh, I went up here and I grabbed this because it's nice. Og books are pretty good and stuff like that. Yeah, and then I just went up here to grab this because the Covetous Shrine is pretty nice if you can get it early in a map. And then you grab these because you can get like double shrine buffs and stuff like that. And you can get more shrines to spawn. I think I've had like up to like 4 shrines, I think, in one map. I don't remember that was with a scarab or not though. But yeah, you just have different things. And then you kind of just like change your stuff as you need it, right? Like I used to have betrayal, but as soon as I got what I wanted, I don't really care for betrayal all that much. So I spec'd out of these 3 points and just went over, saved myself 2 points to use somewhere else. So I'll have to go back to betrayal at some point because it'll be helpful for some of the challenges. And like if you don't know what to like tool it towards, right? Or at least like your second tree, you can just look at the challenges. A lot of times I tool my atlases based on like challenge completion. Challenges are kind of a good way to kind of be like, oh, you know, what do I do in the game? And it's like, well, here's a bunch of like challenges you can kind of work towards. Shock the ground with my head. Animals can't inflict fizz damage. Poison on hit might be a little spooky, but I think it'll be fine. I think my boats are back. Go grab those right quick. I'm trying to keep an eye out for a high eye level Despot axe. Despacito axe, so I can have that sitting in my stuff. Well, basically have it sitting in my harvest so I can re-roll it a bunch to try to get strong modifiers on it. Oh, that's 6 linked. What the fuck? That's kind of insane. I need to check if that's like the highest version of it. We got another. We're getting a decent amount of tattoos, which is nice. None so far that we want, but still pretty good to get them. Shipping's really good for getting bases because they come at really high levels. Like I've been getting like 85s and stuff like that. Yeah, 85, 86. View. Corn. That one's gonna be kind of rough because I'm running out of corn. I probably have to like reset it, like swap some stuff. Okay, bismuth. It's fine, so I don't need a 300 of this. 100. There's too many like items on one spot, so I couldn't drop anymore. 38,000. I'm trying to focus the disenchanter so I can get to unique so that I can like dump my tabs of uniques that I've been saving for it. But it's like so expensive to get it done. You need like I think the very last one takes like I think it's like 300,000 thaumaturgy dust. I think you basically need like 500,000 thaumaturgy dust for the last like 3 levels of it. 'Cause I think it goes like 100, like 150 or something, and then it goes into like 300. Like 300,000. Like it's kind of insane. Legion will have to come back in. Yeah, this one is a little scuffed for the delirium. Oh shit. I'm kind of kicking myself because I've gotten a leering mask twice, and I was just like, ah, I don't plan on doing any like minion builds or anything. And then like May was like, I'm gonna do minion builds. I was like, oh, I'll help like get the animate guardian because sometimes getting those uniques is a pain. And then because I thought I had like 2 of the uniques already, and now I realize that they've dropped. They've dropped twice. I've seen them. I just didn't pick them up. Oopsies. Yeah, I kind of want to go. There's like these now. Five. The loot goblin inside of me. No tengo dinero for extra stash tabs. So I have to be frugal what I pick up. It's called being a poor ass bear. Understand. Wait, why can't I put one here? Really? That makes no sense. You can't put one here at all. God, that's so dumb. Logbook and an exotic coin. 3. Sheesh, we're winning. Okay, either stand on me or stand away from me. Don't fucking do this little middle ground bullshit and put your donut on my ass. Yeah, unfortunately, unlike in another game of this playstyle where I can use in-game currency to uh get more space to hold every single legendary or unique that I come across. Yeah, I can't do that. To be honest, I think it's like high time that they gave stash tabs away for free, personally. Like at least like 2 or 3, especially for like newer players. But it's always been a point of contention with Path of Exile. Like even for people that have played the game for a long time. I've seen people that like even when who are like avid, you know, they'll dump a lot of money into this game because they absolutely adore it. And even then when it gets brought up about like, you know, how you have to pay for stash tabs and stuff, it's like even they're like, yeah, it's a little bit paid away. And there has been some pretty good criticisms of it. Specifically, for instance, like the currency and the map tabs, I've seen a lot of people, even people who already own them, like myself included, but they're just like, those, that should just, at this point in the game, that should just be like standard tabs that every player gets just for playing Path of Exile. The game's borderline unplayable when you get into maps without at least a map tab and a currency tab. You get so much of both and they stack for so little that like you can't comfortably do mapping without those 2 stash tabs. So it's like kind of confusing why they're not just like built into the game by this point. I mean, like you can, it's just not going to be comfortable. Especially because you don't really get that many stash tabs to begin with. And it's probably gonna be, it might resurface again because so far I haven't heard people like say anything, mention anything, because one of the reasons that people are like, well, maybe they haven't done it because they'd have to like, maybe they don't have a way to do like refunds and stuff. Because I'm mistaken, you can't refund stuff in PoE. Once you buy it, it's just you can't refund it. As far as I know, maybe you can. I don't know. Uh, but apparently can because they apparently refunded people that bought MTXs for the melee totems since they removed them from the game. Which obviously, like, it's warranted, but I'm just saying it just shows you that it is technically a maneuver they could do if they wanted to. They just don't. Now, whether or not that's due to because they don't want to, or maybe it's just a topic that hasn't been considered important enough to be brought up in discussion seriously, like, kind of two different, you know, can't really do it. Some people, I haven't seen that argument for a while. It used to be a pretty big argument for, like, pretty earlier on, where they're like, if you play the game long enough to where stash tabs are a problem, then you know you've probably played the game enough to put money into it. So that sort of argument's kind of like on a per person basis, really. Because it's like if we do a comparison, right? It's like $30 for last epoch, and then for $30 you can spend in-game gold to get as many stash tabs as you want. I think there might be a cap. I'm not too sure. Granted, though, for $30 you could also get. Well, I think the first blood pack is what, like $20? I don't remember how much it is. It's been a while since I bought it. Uh, which comes with stash tabs, I'm mistaken, and then gives you coins so you can buy more stash tabs. But like, I can say that I played last epoch for like a week, and I didn't really have an issue with. To be fair, though, part of it's also just the fact that the materials in last epoch all have their own. Like, you basically have a currency stash tab already, right? It holds all your runes, it holds all your glyphs, it holds all your affixes, right? I don't know. It's just a point of contention. It's always been something that I've kind of never been really too happy about with this game. Is just I think specifically these two should be default, like just for players. Like they should be part of the tabs that you get at the beginning of the game. Because like I have 1,000 transmutation orbs. They stack to 40. Like that's 50 slots, right? Something like that. Or no, my math's off. Like roughly like 30, 20 something, 25 slots for this. No, extrapolate that to everything else, right? Like Alch Orb stacked to 20, I have 170. Chaos Orb stacked to 20, I have 128. These stacked to 30, I have 520. Like, this is what I mean. Like, you start doing this, like, there's no way you can realistically. Like, I have 700 something jeweler orbs. They stack to 20. Like, I think it's a valid argument to have. And at least it's been valid enough that I've seen it go around. I've seen it do its rounds over and over again. So, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Maybe one day they will do that. It'd be a pretty good PR move, though. I think one of the main reasons they could get away with it is just because their only real competition for a good long while was Diablo. How many points do I need? And it was kind of like Diablo's like stash situation was kind of worse. Fucking doing it again. I'm so dumb. I don't know why. Every time I go to trade div cards, I want to go to sell items, and then when I'm tired, I just like autopilot, and now instead of getting a Vol Orb, I got a scrap that gave me a Roll of Wisdom. I'm just trolling, bro. I am such a troll. And all those are done, all those are done, all those are done, all those are done. Actually, like, we've been. This build's been doing pretty good. In all honesty, not bad. Might not be able to kill that. A possessed boss with more health. Oh, and I have altars turned on. Actually, technically, by now, if I'd picked up all the uniques, like I would have had all the uniques that you would need for a budget animate guardian. I had the staff drop early on. I kind of wish they would increase the radius on when you could get the delirious things to like pop out of their pods. Yeah, we're just gonna ignore that door for now. Considering that I'm dubious on being able to kill the boss just normally with the map mods by themselves, I kind of don't really want to. Oh, this is a pretty layout for delirium. Pretty sure I missed the harvest too. Yeah, so bad. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna get a large cluster. Yeah, that was just so bad. Delirium's not very good on maps that have like a lot of like windiness to it. Alright, never mind, that was like pretty easy. He was just tanky because he was possessed, but that's really not that bad. Yeah, this map though was kind of smudge for Delirium though. You generally want like maps that just run in a straight line. And you can kind of just speed run through it. Like Terrace wasn't too bad. Because even though it's not like just a straight map, it's literally like a giant L. You can kind of just speed run around it. It doesn't have like all these little constant nooks and crannies like this map has. I mean, I could probably make do with the cluster jewel I have, the large one, with 10% attack damage. I would just rather wait for the extra 2% damage per. You know, I'm kind of surprised they added like the wild, like they kind of added the wildwood wisp. I don't know if there's any other ones. I'd have to look. But they added the node, right, where it's like if there's less than 50 or less monsters on the map, like the boss is empowered with wildwood wisp. But like, yeah, see, look how much of this area is just like over here. Such a bad map for delirium. But like, I'm kind of surprised they didn't add like anything to it. Maybe it's because it's only available in like tier 16s. No, no, that can't really be the case because like altars are kind of only really worth, and I think it's like tier 14s and higher where you can sustain that. And it's like those have their own because they're attached to the pinnacle bosses and the conquer stuff. No, I'm pretty sure they could like maybe they just didn't know what to put in there. Because I think originally the idea of adding the wildwood stuff was probably that was to replace the magic find boss. I think that might have been their like original intention with it. It's just I think it didn't really pan out because I think the numbers were kind of skewed. Because Wildwood had like really like Affliction with the Wildwood Wisp had like really crazy like payouts, but that was on top of the like what was already available. You know, for something that had 3 tier 3 monsters, didn't drop a lot of. Alright, that one kind of because it double dropped, but yeah, I think like that was the intention, but I mean they can still buff it. They can buff it like for the next league and stuff like that. Because like Imperion's group is usually the one that like does a lot of the testing for it, and I think the only thing they found that was like making them any amount of currency was the blight farming one. And apparently like that was it was just so low. For group play, I mean. Apparently for solo play, there's like a shit ton of like good farming strats. Yeah, I think Wildwood is originally supposed to be like for the group stuff. Hopefully they can bring something back. It's really hard to balance that like magic find in general, regardless of whether it's group or solo. I'm kind of hoping they can find like a happy medium so that way the players that like to play in a group can have a reason to play in a group, and the players that like, you know, play solo can be happy. Because the more people that are happy playing a game, the more they can milk them for the shmonies, and then but the more they can like, you know, develop for stuff. But we'll see how they handle it. Yeah. Bro, that like ever rolls like fractured spell suppress. Whoosh. Oh, happy days, baby. What the fuck? That's the first time I've ever seen this ring. 40% of cold damage converted to fire damage. Increase to fire resistance, cold resistance. Increased burning damage. Increased light radius. Ignited, enemies killed by your hits are destroyed. That just sounds. Mm. Wait, no, it wasn't Terrace, it was Lookout. Increased crit strike with reduced armor. You can guess my. Yeah, no, thanks. Okay, I can try this, but I have to be very careful. Because Goatman. The Goatman! We're also gonna delirium it, because fuck it, why not? Fuck it, we ball. But, you know, if we die, we die. This is usually why I get stuck at like level 95 and shit. Or level 93, 93, 94. Because I'm just like, let me do these like kind of spicy tier 16 maps and die like 20 times in a row. Why? Fucking delirium, fuck off, stop slowing me down. Of course you do. Of course you do. Why the fuck wouldn't you? You stupid piece of shit game. Bro, it should be fucking illegal for any stupid harvest rare to have Soul Eater. I don't care. Like, that's such a dumb mod that it can roll. Luckily, he's not full stack, so it looks like we killed a decent amount of stuff before. Because if he was full stacks, we'd be dealing like absolutely shit for damage. I can't even tell where my banner is because the fucking effect is so small. Oh, they gave me PTSD though. There was one time before that I'd gotten a Soul Eater effect on the rare, and it like just destroyed my face. And it wasn't even on a map that was hard. That was the worst part. And it was the first, it was like that one where I got it on the first plot, so I couldn't like finish my harvest. It's so annoying. It's such a bad like mod to be getting on harvest because you can't control it. Oh, well, the only way you can kind of control it is if you have the pop, right? Like the chieftain pop one. And then if you get something to blow up for like 500% of his HP, you can probably one-shot the Soul Eater. Not 100% sure though. Don't quote me on that. But Soul Eater is like, there's just certain. Well, to be honest, I don't think that like rare mod should exist. But the Headhunter, bro, just build it into Headhunter. It's really not that hard. Just make it where if you have like, I don't know, 2 or 3 buffs or whatever, or if you're like, if you've stolen modifiers from a rare recently, you have like, it gives you Soul Eater. It's not like it's the first time they made a conditional Soul Eater. There's literally a omen that it's like when you level up, you gain Soul Eater. Like, obviously don't do that, but I really don't think it's that hard to just take Headhunter and then apply an extra ability on it where it's like every time you steal a rare mod from a, or like you know, you kill something and gain its mod, you have a chance to gain Soul Eater. And then just remove Soul Eater from the mod pool. I wouldn't really care for Soul Eater if it didn't have such a huge damage reduction on it. I think it like it caps out at like 90%, but like 90% DR is insane. Like 90% DR is honestly like insane. Like I have an easier time killing a fire ignite resistant mon that can block than I do a Soul Eater with like full stacks. Almost had the whole thing. It really just doesn't want to give me my damage with 200 weapons. To be fair, I don't think it has to be that one, but it's I feel like you lose a decent bit of damage. But I think you'd lose out like 10% damage or something if you don't have it. Honestly, I think between my regen and my like leech from fire damage on my gloves, like I don't need like hide from that beam. Oh wow. It's been a while since I'd seen one of those just naturally drop. I wanted one of those like last league to do splitting steel and it just never dropped. Makes me kind of sad. I think I had like everything but that one. I had the chest piece. I had I didn't have like the swords, but there was like some rare swords I could use in replacement. Welcome. Delirium mobs drop gold. I feel like they should. Maybe that's why I've been getting a bit of a boost recently. Honestly, I'm really glad that I don't have any challenges that are ultimatum exclusive. I can just do expedition and get logbooks and then just hope that it has like something for catalyst. Because I actually have like a decent amount of catalysts just because of logbooks. I did like 2 or 3 like logbooks earlier, right? And it gave me like pretty much most of, if not all of this. Logbooks are so good. Yeah, it was a corner chart. We have a carnage card, which would be really good for the gladiator retail build. Well, not really good, but it'd be a good like placeholder one. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll this until it rolls feed the fury, feel the fight, and then hopefully it'll have like other extra good stuff on top of it. It'll be fine. Like if it had rolled instead of the increased damage, if it had just rolled as a feel the fight and feed the fury together, I would have just taken this and we would have rolled with it and I would have respec. It can't happen. It's how I've gotten it the last like 2 leagues. I just re-roll it for speed. Right now, I really don't understand why I couldn't do that Carrick tier 16 mission. Because at first I was like, oh, it's because this build can't handle tier 16s. No, it can. Pretty handedly, too, honestly. Because I even did that with Delirium and didn't really have a problem. Like in another bismuth. Honestly, Ashen Woods isn't too terrible for Delirium. I think Beach would be better, though. No. Oh, no, we got it. Alright, we're chilling. I should probably. I haven't messed with my favorite stuff at all. I have like one favorite slot because I did the was it the Conquerors map? Oh, here it was. I was wondering how I missed it. Twice now. It's been in like the corner that I just haven't even looked at. I'm gonna start just prioritizing. As long as the yellows and the blues have tier 3, I'm gonna take them. And just hope that it procs the chance for getting an extra one. I have like a lot of red juice because I don't really need it. And for whatever reason, we usually have really good luck with the red juice. I usually get like multiple stacks that like duplicate. I'm gonna look for the final sulfite node real quick. Yeah, I find it so weird when like, cause like when people would talk to them about melee, their answer was always like, "Oh yeah, we're doing PoE too, so that way, because we can get the feel for melee right." And I always thought it was so weird their reaction to that, because it was like, I've never heard anybody say melee like the skills themselves feel bad, right? Like PoE has always had pretty cool looking melee effects, in all honesty, like with the slams and stuff. I think people just say it looks boring because for the longest time the meta was bone shatter, right? Bone shatter, and then to some degree lightning strike and molten strike, and then there was a little while for glacial hammer, which to be fair was kind of one of the more visually appealing ones, I guess. Uh, but like a lot of the other ones that would look cool were like, cause like smite, like I'd like to do an armor stacker at some point. It's one of the reasons I want to get into heist is because I want to try to get replica dream feathers to do like armor stacker. But I mean that one's gonna be. I think it's like slightly easier now because of the rares. I'd have to look into the armor stacker stuff again to see like how the new armor value increases have affected it. Because before, you kind of were relying on like brass dome and stuff like that to get it like functioning and stuff. But if I'm mistaken, the armor stackers usually like revolved around smite. Like they would do a bunch of like at least all the ones I saw, which was cool. Smite's cool. I think Smite's really cool. All these like lightning bolts that just taste stuff. Like it's pretty cool ability. It's just that, well, as far as I know, like I think there might be some builds for it, but almost every build I've seen for Smite usually revolves around armor stacking. They're halfway, and that's not something as far like it's not really like easy to do early because again you need a replica unique, right? You need two replica uniques because reasons. Honestly, I'm kind of the opinion that if because like the replica uniques were kind of like how the transfigured gems were, right? Like it was a different take on a weapon. Because the transfigured gems, they talked about it where they're just like they made transfigured gems because they're like this was a different take on the skill, right? That was available, and that just for whatever reason didn't make it to the to launch, and a lot of them are really good to be honest. Like for instance, volcanic fissure of snaking, I enjoy it. I like it. It's really good. Uh, the ground slam one's pretty cool. Some of the other volcanic one, the tornado one was really nice. Like they definitely have a lot of really good ones. And like the replicas were kind of the same way, but the thing that annoys me is that it takes like a pretty deep investment into heist. And so then the issue is like first you have to get into heist if you don't want to do trade like me because I don't like having to sit there and wait and hope that the person I'm trying to like whisper is there and available and blah blah blah. I don't know. That and I kind of like just being able to farm my own gear. I think part of that's just that one's probably a more on me thing, really. I would just rather like farm my own stuff, but that's just because that's what I'm used to, right? MMOs generally farmed my own stuff. I didn't really use the auction house because in a lot of MMOs I played, the auction house was like not exactly like where you would get the best gear and you can like farm the best gear for the most part. There's a couple games I played that you could, but it's definitely not very prevalent. And some MMOs, like as time went on, they kind of moved away from that stuff, which is unfortunate because like being able to like at least crafted gears and stuff, like being able to buy crafted armor and weapons to kind of like help you along the way is really nice. Um, like Final Fantasy 14 has a really interesting system where it's not so much for the player like who's kind of up to date and doing like the content like when it's out and stuff, but they have uh they have like armor that you can craft that's really good for like returning players, and a lot of the crafters tend to craft it because it's pretty good like for leveling, and it's pretty decent money, especially whenever there's like a big patch, because a lot of returning players come back and they spend some gil and you get some gil and you're winning. So they have a really interesting system there. The World of Warcraft like has they had like the bind on equip things a lot. Like Cataclysm had a pretty good grind for one of the I think it was like a one-handed sword that was really good. And there's been a couple other ones, but they've been, at least when I last played, they were kind of trying to crack down on that a little bit, because with the controversial aspect of like the world first, where like basically most of the guilds that were in the running for world first were spending money server hopping. uh they would like put a character on a server, check the auction house, buy WoW tokens, move the gold, trade the token for gold, buy the stuff, or like offer like future carries to people, then transfer the character back with the item, and et cetera, or just like have the person come over and like trade. There was a lot of different weird little things that were going on, and it kind of brought it under fire, and they kind of like tried to tamp down on it by reducing the amount of like bind on equips, or just straight up just, I think at one point they kind of were debating on just removing it, but I don't really think that's a good idea. But I don't know, like a lot of games I've played, I've been able to, just by playing the game, get gear. So that, and I've never been one for like playing auction house and stuff like that. That's kind of never really been my thing. I've never really cared for it. Ashwood Beach is like, um, so like it's a little, it does irk me a little bit that there's certain things that I'd like to try that I won't be able to try, either because I'm not a big fan of the content, or it's just like really hard content to get into. Like I don't know when or if I'll ever be able to like do Ubers and stuff like that. And to be fair, that's less of like a build issue and more of like a skill issue. Like I honestly don't think I could like actually do Ubers. And now with the fact that it's like kind of harder to get into because you need the fragments, though I don't know how tier 17s are this league. From the fact that I haven't heard anybody like losing their absolute marbles over it, I think it's slightly better. I just don't know how the fragment drops are like working, because that was kind of one of the complaints people had. Too, was the fragment drops were really low, so it was, some people like kind of criticized it because they were like, the nice thing about the previous system was that it encouraged trying the bosses on Uber, because it was really easy to get, to try Uber saying Exarch, because all you have to do is get the invitation, which you can just farm normally, and then you swap a couple Atlas points, and then you can try out Uber. And it was a really like easy way to do it. Um, and then they changed it to the fragments, right? The fragment system. And then people were like, people were recounting that the sheer amount of like how many times they would kill the fight Ubers in the previous versions versus like how much they would fight after the change, and they're like, it's not even like a tenth. I think Mathel was saying that like he usually kills Ubers a bunch, and I think he fought each of them once, and then like a couple of them 2 or 3 times, and most of that was just because, well, part of it was due to how ridiculous tier 17s were. uh, which they fixed. I'm assuming. It seems like they fixed it. I haven't seen any videos of people losing their minds about it. And last league, everybody and their mother was talking about it. So I'm assuming they done good there. And then whatchamacallit, the fragment drops, I don't know too much. Because I haven't really paid attention to. But I'm assuming if the tier 17s are easier, then they're probably generating more fragments. So then it's kind of, you know, less of an issue. But I think originally the numbers they had for the drop rates for the fragments was like considering tier 17s being like easy to farm for people that were normally doing Ubers. Because I mean, tier 17s weren't supposed to be harder than Ubers. They were supposed to be like they're supposed to bridge the gap. And so I think their expectation was if like you were already dealing with like doing Ubers, you should have a build that could easily handle the tier 17s. And therefore shouldn't have a problem getting the fragments to run the Ubers. And then if you weren't someone who ran Ubers, then you'd have content that you could kind of like attempt that would kind of tell you like whether you were close in power level to then try Ubers to kind of be another form of encouragement to get people into Ubers. Man, I keep picking up stuff for that. Also, don't know why this one popped up. I guess maybe because it's Righteous Fire or something. If I haven't updated my like, I should probably update my filter blade because this is it's still the one from day one, so the trade stuff hadn't really changed. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever do Ubers though. And it's not even really a case of like, oh, the builds that can do Ubers I don't like. I've seen people kill Ubers on everything. Honestly, I think I've seen less builds that people don't clear Ubers on than builds that people do clear Ubers on for what I generally play. I mean, I don't even know how many people have cleared it on cleared Ubers on like Bone Shatter, and that's all I really played for like 3 or 4 leagues. But I think like just like watching people play it, I'm like, bro, I would lose my mind by that. Like trying to do the fights. To be fair, it's like regular versions, and I kind of get shit on. Did I not send? Oh, there we go. I got the time run. Let's go there. 58K. I'm not gonna be able to upgrade the other one anytime soon. Power run. Gotten a lot. Pretty good day for ores. Or Calcom. Another 500. Corn. I think I need to turn off the one for, or like move the guys over, like change the ones for corn, like for pumpkins and orchard into corn and wheat. That way I can have that running overnight. And then I'll flip them back later. Mm. Oh, right. Remember there's a way to like get these to also be that without having to like click it. Like re-click it over and over again like that. I don't remember what the combination was though. We'll do a couple more maps and then I'll call it for the night. But I still need to do my Zen list dailies. This one is kind of special. We'll hold on to it. For whatever reason, it was marked differently. So for my build, it doesn't mean shit. But you know, ref. Could that be ref? If that was reflect like physical, then why is it can't be leaked? I'm gonna take that one. I need to be a bit more frugal with my chaos orbs though. Probably start just scour alking instead of chaos rolling. The other funny thing is, I'm pretty sure this build couldn't clear like regular at zero because I'm 90% sure the snake's gonna hit the mirror one, and I'm not reflective in. Yeah, for Issum. Why are you getting stuff? Damn. Is it really here? Where's the harvest? I was trying to look for the harvest because the harvest is usually a pretty. Oh, it's probably like up here somewhere. Oh yeah, I didn't go far enough to the top corner over here. I will say I don't see any Nico though, so I guess Nico randomly just didn't get spawned. Do I not have 100%? 84% chance for Belly. 88% chance it contain Nico. Alright, so there's like a slight chance for him not to spawn. Oh no. I was like, alright, cool, the vultures. I don't have to fight the I don't have to fight the devourers. And then it didn't consume the devourers. But we got at least one beach, which is nice. If we can kind of like pseudo sustain beach, it would be pretty good. I was gonna say, is it really only gonna be the two? Man, if it was really only just the two tier 3 plants, I would have been like, never mind. Thank goodness it didn't consume the devourers. I mean, still thank goodness it didn't consume the devourers. He gave us a bunch of extra yellow juice so we can try to roll our Buster Jewel. Honestly, I was like half tempted to try the tutorial versions of like Eater, Exarch, and all that stuff, but with how long it takes me to kill the pirate dude, like I just don't have enough damage. Maybe if I can, well, I guess maybe I could just try to just farm harvest for yellow juice and try to see if I can get the cluster. Don't make the cut. Minions deal 10% damage. Hundred will stick to like half. Also, apparently the number for your King's March for the time duration takes into account like how much ore and stuff like that is available. So the number's like actually accurate, like completely. You're still not done? Fix that problem. That's kind of interesting to note. Because they did a really good job with it. So, since it calculates all of that stuff. Because, like, for instance, there's a finite amount of time for, like, how much ore you have, like, that kind of stuff. Like, the only thing that will not run out, like, will be indefinite, is the farming. So, like, whatever your farmers cost, they'll always be, like, they could calculate that as forever. But the fact that they went and instead of just being like, oh, well, these guys are active now, so then we'll just pretend like this costs this much, but not like when it cuts off. And it actually like calculates based on how much ore you have, how long it's gonna like, you know, do all the math for that. Like it's really cool. This one would be nice to get with feel the fight and free. Alright, we'll do one more map. Oh, there are delirium like scarabs that are worth using. May as well. This is gonna be the last one for the night, may as well juice it up a little bit. Give it a little bit of that juice, you know? Got a little dangerous there for a second. What the fuck? Why is it shotgunning me? Bro, why are the little things like almost murdering me by themselves? There was like an army of the small things, and they were just almost shotgunning me to death. And I think one of the things has energy shield aura. What do I have life regen? I think they both have life regen. Try to put frost bomb on something. Life regen's like nutty, and they're like really tanky because of the delirium. Oh, actually, oh, that'd be okay. We're gonna keep that. Next. Yeah. Pro tip in case you don't know. Uh, if you have to deal with life regen, frostbomb, there's a couple different ways to do it, but probably one of the easiest ways to do it is just put a singular blue socket and then just toss a frostbomb in there. You don't have to level it at all. You're just literally doing it for the 75% reduced life regeneration. It's hands down one of the easiest ways to deal with the what should we call it? With life regen. Consecrated ground. Like anything like that. Any of the regen shit that keeps stuff alive. There's a couple other ways to deal with it. There's a Eldritch Implicit helmet you can get, which does the same thing. And then what's his face? For Slathas, if you get the upgrade, it does the same thing but with 25% left, which is still enough. It's also fine because all builds want to use some sort of like flame dash, frost blink, or whatever. So you can just swap it out, right? Swap out your frost blink and stuff for it. And softcore, hardcore, you probably want to have both on. I'd been like kind of being lazy about it. To at least get it for frost blink. There's definitely a couple deaths I could have avoided if I had a frost link instead of just leap slam. Even a flame dash. Yo, get these fucking lightning totems off of me, bro. Oh, no wonder. He's siphoning my fast charges. One of the only things I can kill like a mage blood build, the mage blood pathfinder build. When they were like super omnipotent. A siphon flask rare. I also realized what was killing me. There was one of the rares from the blue pack had far shot. I was getting shotgun downed by him and everything else. Like part of it was also the sheer amount of triple projectile shooting little dudes. Uh, but a lot of it was just that too. That that was dealing a lot of damage. Because I was trying to stand far away, which is why I started kiting around like the walls. Little guys have fucking energy shield and it's so annoying. These little dudes are just so tanky and so dumb. Whatever, this is the last plant. I'm just gonna. Little dudes have energy shield and life regen. Like, why? And they're super tanky because of the delirium. I barely dodged that. That would have actually hurt a lot. Ooh, sheesh. We will check our loot in a second. Things just started getting mowed down as soon as soon as the delirium wore off. All right, for cluster. Steel wielding, elemental damage, fire damage, spell damage. This game just wants me to suffer. Just wants me to suffer. Delirium be no joke though. I think next time I might leave off the one for increase 50, like from the distance. Makes it stronger, like much stronger. I'm glad I didn't use that other portal. I thrown a portal down when I ran out of flasks. Cause I was like, oh shit, I'm just going through them too fast. It wasn't the case. It was the dude was siphoning my flasks. So it would have been a waste if I had tried to reset my flasks and go back because he would have just instantly drained them again. All right, it's not. I hope they change that at some point. We don't have to like identify something uh to like scour it. Huh. I mean, we could probably make it work. Because all we really care about is feel the fight, feed the frenzy, and I'm pretty sure this can roll it. Pretty sure it's fine. The only downside will be is if I try to swap to like a two-handed mace. That's why I want to get the two-handed damage one. I mean, to be fair, we can still hold on to it and just use it for I might hold on to that mallet. Didn't have a blight at the beginning. Oh no, I had a. I didn't go back to do that other blight, but I had a legion. Oh no, I did have a blight. I'm not tripping. Let's go. I'm smart. Having one here will be nice because we'll do the blight in a second. I've used so many portals. It's been a while since the last time I used that many portals on something. Kind of a shitty location for it though, since it's right next to the business thing. What? That one dude just like straight bulldozed through. Actually, I don't even know if you can get a Stygian advice from that. Last time. I think we're fine. Oh, 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 oh. 3,000 gold. Then we got all this stuff. Oh, I should probably click the business before I leave though. Business is so free. It's so free. Literally just wait and then click the thing before you leave. Probably just gonna use that level. Yeah, that's gonna be it. A pretty good stream overall. We're almost 94 though. I'm really hoping to be able to get this to roll what I want it to roll. We've gotten a lot of doubles with like Feed the Fury, but we haven't gotten like, to be honest, I would even take doubles of just Feel the Fight with something else. Like the best combination would be Feel the Fight, Feed the Fury, but it'll be fine if it's like with something else too, so it's not really that big of a deal. But yeah, that's gonna be it for the night stream. Tomorrow will more than likely be during the day, the normal like will probably be, you know, this character. And then maybe at night I might start on the warden, but we'll see. So thank you everybody for watching. I do appreciate it. If it is early in the day for you, I hope you have a good day. If it was late in the day for you, hope you're as well. Stay safe, stay hydrated, and I will see you all again in the next one. Bye bye.